this point, we're only missing Senator Rafferty.
He'll be late with labor.
Okay.
I was just confirming that.
And Representative Cornfield, you know you don't get to vote today.
Oh, I forgot.
If you involuntarily raise your hand.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
you know the tradition of returning education members to the committee, bringing all kinds of chocolates and gifts and those type things. I'm thinking perhaps we could set up a PayPal account for Representative Cornfield, and she could directly put cash into my account if you want to go that route.
Listen, I understand my obligation, having been a former member, to bring sweets, but we'll just have to take a rain check on those treats. I haven't forgotten.
Well, we have a stockpile from a whole bunch of people at this point. But Representative Stearns, I will second your motion. All those in favor?
On that note, good morning. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. It's a pleasure to be with all of you this morning. We have several nominations before us, so it's going to be a day chock full of incredible nominees. In tradition that was started by one of these nominees, who's a former member of this committee, I do have a poem to offer real quick before we go into introductions, as well as I know Representative Brennan has a quick one to add too.
Yes.
So, Early to Bed by Mary Dodge. Early to bed and early to rise. If that would make me wealthy and wise, I'd rise at daybreak, cold or hot, and go back to bed at once. Why not? Representative Brennan, if you'd like to share your quick poem before we do.
I can match brevity with this. This is a poem by Robert Frost, our own New England poet, and it's called Plowman. A plow, they say, to plow the snow. They cannot mean to plant it, though, unless in bitterness to mock at having cultivated rock.
Well done. With that, I am Senator Maddie Daughtry. I represent Senate District 24, which is Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell. And I'd like to introduce my House Chair, Representative Brennan.
Good morning. I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
And Senator Woodson. Oh, Senator Woodson, you are on mute.
Good morning. Dave Woodson, Senate District 33 in southwestern Maine, York County.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett from District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Representative Dodge.
Good morning, everyone. Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman. I represent District 74, J. Livermore Falls, and Powder Livermore.
Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning. I'm Representative Dave McCray. I live up in Aroostook County in the town of Fort Fairfield, representing District 148. And just to make the rest of you feel a little bit better, when I get up this morning at about 6:30, it was 20.2 degrees below zero.
Oh.
Whoa.
Well, that would freeze beer. Representative Millette.
Yes, good morning. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth, and I bid my wonderful former House Chair, Representative Cornfield, a good morning.
Representative Roach.
Yes, good morning. Tim Roach, representing District 7, Wells.
Representative Salisbury.
Good morning, Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Representative Sampson.
Good morning, I'm Heidi Sampson from House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield. Good to see everybody.
And Representative Stearns.
My apologies. I'm having a propane delivery and I have a dog alarm that's going to go off here. But my name is Paul Stearns. I'm in House District 119, consisting of 12 towns in the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County. And thank you, Tig, for staying quiet.
Thank you so much. And just for everyone who will be before us today, just a quick reminder that this is being live streamed on YouTube as well as being recorded. So please be mindful of that. We're ably assisted today by our committee clerk, Sam Baker. So if you have any questions or any difficulties with any of the live stream or any of the information, please contact our committee clerk. And with that, I think we are ready. Oh, one thing before we start, since we did have our first batch of nominations Monday afternoon, we have been informed that when we are taking the votes, you do need to have your video on. So when the roll call is being read, make sure that you aren't on mute and that your video is live. And with that, we have our first nominee, Hope Thomas, with us. And please bear with me as I'm opening the script.
Good morning, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Hope Thomas, and I'm from Orrington.
I gotta cut you off real quick. I'm so
I thought I was supposed to go.
No, we have this, and I think my House Chair and I agreed that we'll read it once. So we are by law required to read a portion of the script, and then we'll cue it up, and I'll make sure you know when to go.
Okay, awesome.
We wish we could just jump straight to your testimony ahead of all of this verbiage.
That's fine.
Okay, hold on. I do believe I need my gavel. Okay. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the Governor of Ms. Hope Thomas of Orrington for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees. This meeting today is being conducted electronically. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, the committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by a majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As the chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I wanted to share some information, which I already did, so I'm going to skip that this is being streamed on YouTube. So now the motion to confirm. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes the representative from Portland, Representative Brennan, for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend the confirmation of Ms. Hope Thomas of Orrington for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees.
The statutory requirements for this position are also posted on the committee's webpage if anyone has any question. The chair now recognizes, and please correct me, Ms. Lowe, are we having you do this one, or the chairs will recognize Ms. Lowe for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the Governor to speak in support of the nomination of Hope Thomas of Orrington as a member of the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees as the student nominee. Among its duties, the Board of Trustees is responsible for the governance of the Academy, appoints its president, approves academic programming, confers degrees on students who have completed all requirements for graduation, and sets tuition rates and operating budgets. Hope Thomas of Orrington is being named and nominated to seat number 13, which requires that the nominee be a student who is enrolled for a minimum of 12 credit hours per semester and is a resident of Maine. Hope Thomas is a student in the class of 2022 at Maine Maritime Academy. She is enrolled in the Bachelor of Science program for Vessel Operations and Technology. Ms. Thomas is minoring in International Business and Logistics and will also graduate with a U.S. Coast Guard Near Coastal 1,600-ton mate license. Wow. In addition to her studies, Ms. Thomas is a bridge simulator lab assistant at MMA and has served as the MMA VEX robotics team captain for the last 2 years. Hope is a well-regarded student among her peers and will bring a fresh perspective to board meetings. It is for these reasons that on behalf of Governor Mills, I would like to ask that you support the nomination of Hope Thomas of Orrington, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you for your time this morning.
Very much. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions at this time. Seeing none, the chair now recognizes Ms. Hope Thomas for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Now you're up, Ms. Thomas. Welcome.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Let me start again. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Hope Thomas. I am from Orrington, and I'm here today to discuss my nomination to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees as student trustee. 3 years ago, I am not sure I would have envisioned myself before you today, yet here I am. After graduating high school in 2017, I attended another Maine university for computer science. The semester I spent there was a rough one. The school and the major were not the right fit for me, and it left me feeling pretty discouraged and fearful for my future. Almost on a whim, I decided to tour Maine Maritime Academy, was accepted, and began my studies at Maine Maritime. Thrilled at the second chance I was given to find a career I was passionate about. In my time at the Academy, I have met some of the most incredible people, grown as a leader and a person, and have been given opportunities I never thought were possible. Since my arrival, I've been busy integrating myself into the special community that can be found here in Castine, Maine. For 2 years, I have been part of the school's yacht club in roles as secretary treasurer, vice commodore, and most recently commodore. The yacht club is a group of students who organize and facilitate student excursions on some of the 60+ vessels owned by the school. As a part of the Women on the Water Club, I was able to attend the Women in Leadership Conference at California State University Maritime College and establish lifelong friendships and connections with women already in the industry. Many of you are familiar with Maine Maritime's tradition before the start of any school year, but for those of you who are not, incoming freshmen are given the chance to jump off the stern of the training ship State of Maine into the cool waters of the Penobscot Bay. As I surfaced the water after my jump, I promised myself that I would take every opportunity to step outside of my comfort zone from that moment on. This promise has been fulfilled, whether it be from something as simple as conquering my fear of snakes to working shifts in the ER as a part of my medical person in charge class to this moment today. It is an honor to have been chosen for nominee as student trustee. Being homeschooled from second grade to senior year of high school, I've been presented with many life experiences that have challenged me, forced me to grow, and would not have been available to me if I had a more conventional way of schooling. For example, in my senior year of high school alone, I was a student in the dual enrollment college courses at Husson College, University of Maine at Orono, and Eastern Maine Community College, a student in the United Technology Center in the robotics and welding courses, a project manager for the restoration of a 1926 Model T Ford, a student representative at United Technology Center board meetings, and all of this while recovering from open heart surgery in December of 2016. My path through young adulthood, although not the smoothest road, has led me to a place where I believe I can truly be a benefit to the MMA Board of Trustees. Through challenges, I have learned the grit and adaptability that is second nature to merchant mariners. Maine Maritime's heritage is one of pride, and I certainly carry that with me as I begin to round the corner of my time here. I believe everyone has a place at Maine Maritime Academy, and it is my personal goal to be a welcoming presence on campus. Whether it be in the yacht club, helping to draft a constitution and create a mentorship program for younger students in the academy, being a friendly face as a student worker in the library and bridge simulator, it's my job to welcome people into the magic that is the Maine Maritime Academy community. In these positions, I've befriended many of my peers, heard their stories, and accordingly, I believe it's my responsibility to use the voice and opportunity I have to represent them. This is the start of me giving back to the school that has given me so much. Again, I'm honored to come before you all and share a part of my story with you, and thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thomas. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions of the nominee. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Ms. Thomas. I guess you're probably the easiest person to ask. So you are rounding the corner and moving out into your career soon. And I'm betting on the fact that you're gonna get confirmed. But if so, assuming that, How long would this membership on the board last for a student appointee that's graduating?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Will be on the board for 1 year. So from this time this year to next year as well. And I graduate in 2022. So.
Very good. I'm sure you'll make the most of it. Thank you.
Senator Woodson.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Thomas. I find your educational background interesting, and can you give us a little idea on that? And I find it interesting that you did skill projects, life skill experiences like the Model A and things like that. Can you give me a little information on how that came about?
Certainly. So I was a student at the United Technology Center in Bangor, and that is a vocational and career and technical education center. And as a high schooler, I was able to attend as a junior and senior. In my time there, I befriended the dean of students, and he knew that I was passionate about doing things that challenged me and, got me outside of my comfort zone. And he had asked me to be the project manager of a Model T restoration project that was happening at the school. So essentially what that was a group of 12 students in probably 4 or 5 different departments of the school coming together and working on this this car that was donated to the school. And we ended up organizing, I facilitated all kinds of deadlines, meetings with the student technicians on the project. And it was a really great opportunity, and I certainly learned a lot from it. But I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Any other questions for Ms. Thomas from the committee at this time? I just have to add that your resume is absolutely impressive, and it's very clear from your passion and your talents that you are an incredible asset, not only to this potential position, but for your school and for our state. So very excited for this, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot.
The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement, and a copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee upon her request prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Those who wish to speak in person registered with the committee clerk prior to the start of this hearing and will be called upon by the chairs, at which time they will be promoted to panelist status in Zoom and can be seen and heard. And I am checking our notes. I don't believe we have anyone joining us for Zoom testimony, so we'll skip over this part. So all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. We will vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Ms. Hope Thomas of Orrington for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to taking the vote immediately. If there's no objection, which I see none, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Ms. Hope Thomas of Orrington for the appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation, and a vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Seeing no objection, the committee clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Daughtry?
Yay.
Senator Daughtry votes yay. Senator Rafferty is absent still. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan. Oh, Representative Brennan, muted.
Oh.
Yes.
Representative Brennan, yes. Representative Millette.
Yay.
Representative Millette, yay. Representative McCray.
Yay.
Representative McCray, yay. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge, yay. Representative Crockett.
Yay.
Representative Crockett, yay. Representative Salisbury.
Yay.
Representative Salisbury, yay. Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Representative Stearns, yay. Representative Sampson.
Yay.
Representative Sampson, yay. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman, yes. Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach, yes.
And Sam, what does that give us for total numbers?
That gives us 12 in favor and 1 absent, Senator.
So 12 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, the nomination of Ms. Hope Thomas of Orrington for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your time and good luck in class today. Please apologize if we made you a little bit late.
You're fine. It was an honor. Thank you guys again. Have a great day.
Of course. Okay, up next we have Paul Mercer. Let me just switch these scripts. I'll be serenaded by the sounds of the sidewalk snowplow outside of my house. Okay. Up next. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Paul Mercer of Penobscot for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees. This meeting today, as I stated previously, will be conducted electronically. And we did check, Representative Brennan, that we can dispense with the large portion since we've read it once, correct?
That is correct.
Wonderful. So I will spare this committee that large chunk of text. So pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes the representative from Portland, Representative Brennan, for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Paul D. Mercer of Penobscot for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Ms. O'Neill Lowe for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry and Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I'm the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Paul Mercer of Penobscot as a member of the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees. Among its duties, the Board of Trustees is responsible for the governance of the Academy, appoints its president, approves academic programming, confers degrees on students who have completed all requirements for graduation, and sets tuition rates and operating budgets. Paul Mercer of Penobscot is being nominated to seat number 8, which requires that the nominee indeed be a resident of Maine. Mr. Mercer is a graduate of the Academy and began his career working as a marine engineer on American merchant vessels. He has expertise in renewables, solid fuels, and biomass energy systems. Paul is the former assistant to the president of the Academy for Sustainability and former commissioner of the Maine Department of Environmental Protection. After completing his mariner tours, Paul returned to the Academy from the years 2006 to 2015 as an associate professor of engineering, where he helped impact the lives of hundreds of students. I personally had the distinct pleasure of working with Paul myself on various projects on and off over the last nearly 20 years during my nearly 15 years serving as a project management paralegal in the energy group of the Portland-based law firm of Pretty Flaherty. And then again, through my work with then Attorney General Janet Mills when Paul was the commissioner of DEP. One particular memory that I have of Paul that speaks to his integrity and has stayed with me all of these years is when Paul was indeed working at Maine Maritime. One of the attorneys that I worked with in the energy group lost a close friend, a long time high school friend. That friend left behind a son who at the time seemed lost, a son who at the time needed a path forward. I recall my colleague writing to Paul about this young man and asking him to help with admittance into the academy. I also recall Paul's action from that point forward. Rather than rubber stamping an admission into the academy, he took the time to look over this young man's academic record and suggested a different path for this young man, an initial path that wasn't necessarily what my colleague wanted to hear, but Paul was honest and spoke with conviction that in his view, this young man just wasn't ready for MMA. I've never forgotten Paul's action during that time. It's just something that has stuck with me all these years. I was so impressed, for you see, if you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. But when you teach a man to fish, you can feed him for a lifetime. I've often wondered what happened to that young man, and Paul told me yesterday that he's actually become a very successful human. That story, at least to me, speaks to Paul Mercer's integrity and his love of Maine Maritime Academy. Paul's dedication to this state and its sustainability are second to none. His work for the Academy and his dedication to its success has always been something that I saw as admirable. Now I fully understand why. He is a salt of the earth Mainer who is driven and rolls up his sleeves to get the job done. I have no doubt that this is what he will do as a trustee for Maine Maritime Academy, and it is for those reasons that on behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the nomination of Paul Mercer of Penobscot. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time, and thank you so much for your time this morning.
Chair would ask the committee if there are any questions at this time. Seeing none, the chair would recognize Mr. Mercer for the purpose of making a statement regarding this nomination. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Paul Mercer, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you before you today. I am humbled and honored to be nominated as a trustee at Maine Maritime Academy. I like to tell people I was born in Bangor, grew up in Bucksport, went to college in Castine, have a camp in Orland, and live in Penobscot. For those of you who are familiar with that geography will realize I haven't ventured far. However, because of the opportunities provided by a Maine Maritime Academy degree, many young men and women, including myself, have benefited from the Academy's proven educational model. The model combining track-based academic programs with global travel, professional and cultural immersion, and hard work has been successful for many years. I believe most members of this committee probably know someone in their community that has an MMA graduate. Having a long history with the Academy has allowed me to witness firsthand the successes and accomplishments of many young women and men from Maine willing to make the personal and academic commitment of an MMA degree. I could easily sit here for hours giving example after example of the college's successes. But understanding your time constraints, I will close by saying Maine Maritime Academy has for the past 75 plus years provided amazing opportunities for many first generation college graduates. Those graduates have and will continue to love, live, and support this great state of Maine. I will work hard and tirelessly to support and promote the mission of the college and its students. Again, thank you for the chance to speak to you today. I hope the information and bio provided meets the position, experience, and qualifications required. I am happy to answer any questions you may have. Again, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today.
Much for your statement. Does the committee have any questions at this time? Seeing none, the chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. I'm checking our schedule. Please let me know, Sam, if I have this wrong, but I do believe we did receive written communication, but no verbal Zoom testimony. So all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments for the nomination that have been received by the committee. Vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing on the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Mr. Paul D. Mercer Penobscot for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote for this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair would inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to taking the vote immediately. Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Paul D. Mercer of Penobscot for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. The committee clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Daughtry?
Yay.
Senator Daughtry votes yay. Senator Rafferty appears to still be absent. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yay.
Representative Millette votes yay. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Sampson?
Yay.
Representative Sampson votes yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative Roach?
Yay.
Representative Roach votes yay. Okay, Senators, so we have 12 in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, 1 absent.
12 committee members having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Paul D. Mercer of Penobscot for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations, sir.
Senator Daughtry.
Yes.
I just would like to make a note for the record that Paul is actually Paul E. and not D. So as in Edward, not David. I just want to make sure for the record that's clear.
Perfect. Apologies.
No,
for mistake in the script. You got an extra middle name, apparently.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Have a great morning. Thanks for joining us and congratulations on your confirmation. Okay, up next for confirmations, we have Cynthia Murray Bellevue. Did I say your last name correctly? Bellevue. Okay, so let's pull up the correct script. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Miss Cynthia Murray Bellevue of Portland for appointment to the State Board of Education. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes the representative from Portland, Representative Brennan, for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Ms. Cynthia A. Murray Bellevue of Portland for appointment to the State Board of Education.
The chair now recognizes Ms. O'Neill Lowe for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the Governor to speak in support of the nomination of Cynthia Murray Beliveau of Portland as a member of the Maine State Board of Education. Maine's State Board of Education can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title 20A, Chapter 5, Section 401. The board consists of 9 voting members and 2 non-voting student members. 4 of these members must reside in the state's 1st congressional district, and 4 other reside in the state's 2nd congressional district. All are appointed by the governor. Cynthia Murray Beliveau of Portland is being nominated to seat number 5. Ms. Murray Beliveau is an independent philanthropy professional. She is an alumni of St. Joseph's College, where she is also the former president of the Board of Trustees. Along with getting her BA, Ms. Murray Beliveau obtained her master's in education at the University of Maine at Orono, and also did graduate work in theology at Boston College. Ms. Beliveau is a music teacher for 2 years in Old Town and an elementary school guidance counselor for years in Winthrop. Her most recent educational experience has been as an AmeriCorps volunteer and has been serving at the East End School in Portland for the last couple of years. Outside of her work in education, she has served 2 terms as a member of the Hallowell City Council and is also a Eucharistic minister. She was a founding member of the Maine Women Lobby, targeting women and children's issues across the country. Her volunteerism and advocacy on behalf of women and children earned her the Catherine McCauley Award in 2017. I have personally known Cynthia for nearly 20 years and have always been impressed with her public service and her dedication to our beautiful state. She is intelligent, thoughtful, and has dedicated her life to helping the women and children of Maine and is focused on educating Maine students. Her dedication and experience will be an asset to the State Board of Education, and it is for these reasons that on behalf of Governor Janet Mills, I would ask that you support the nomination of Cynthia Murray Beliveau of Portland. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have this morning, and I thank you for your time.
The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions at this time. Seeing none, the chair now recognizes Ms. Cynthia Murray Beliveau for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Good morning. Oh, I do believe you are on mute. Hold on one second.
There we go. Okay, good morning. Good morning, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the committee. I am Cynthia Murray Beliveau, a Maine native. I was born and grew up in the Bangor area, and at various times in my life have lived in Milford, Wayne, Augusta, Manchester, Hallowell, and currently reside in both Portland and Rangeley, basically because of the pandemic. I am honored to have been nominated by Governor Mills for this distinguished position for our beloved state. During much of the time that I have lived in those different places, I have been a participant in multiple activities of education that range from kindergarten through college, and I feel I may be able to bring a unique perspective to the Board of Education from having these various positions through life. I have been, as Missy noted, a public school music teacher from K to 5 in Old Town, a guidance counselor from K to 8 in Winthrop, a consultant occasionally to the Department of Education in guidance areas, a tutor for special education students, 1 person at a time. That was in Manchester, and a board member and later an advisory board member for both the University of Maine Board of Trustees and also for St. Joseph's College in North Windham. I was on that board for about 10 years, the last 2 serving as chair of the board. In each of these experiences, I have been a consummate learner as well, and I'm very grateful for that. Recently, as has been noted, I served as an AmeriCorps volunteer at the East End School in Portland, where I worked for 2 years. And with mainly immigrant children and all of the various issues that they had to deal with in being welcomed to a new country. And that it was amazing, really. I loved that. I have participated in other kinds of boards, for example, like United Way or the Rangeley Lake Heritage Trust or bank boards. I was a city councilor, and for most recently, I was about 8 or 9 years on the Maine Arts Commission. So I do have an understanding of how these boards work or how they should work. I realize that you have information on my educational and professional pursuits in front of you. And I would be more than happy to answer any questions or discuss any parts of those with you today. Thank you for your consideration for this position. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much. Does the committee have any questions at this time? Seeing none, the chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Those who wish to speak in person have registered with the committee clerk prior to the start of this hearing. Oh, I see a question. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies for being slow on the hand raising function. I do have one question. It seems from my perspective that we've over the past few years been really in our public education, K-12, been hung up a bit on testing and test scores and all that piece. And at the same time, there's a tremendous need, if you will, for folks who are pursuing non-academic careers, if you will, that will still require plenty of education, but more in the career and technical education fields. Could you briefly just give me your thoughts on those youngsters that that we're going to have to match their desires and their needs in order to have them be productive members for our state? Could you talk a little bit? I probably haven't phrased that very well, but kind of an open question.
No, I think I hear what you're saying. I think in terms of relating it for those children to the testing questions, I think in education we provide, or we should be providing, an orientation to life as a successful human being, whether that means specifically testing them for various things, whether it means exposing them to all kinds of variety of available issues and places that they can go. I agree that that's very difficult for some students, particularly now during this pandemic thing. It's very important that students have access to teachers, specifically learning situations where they are one-on-one or one in a classroom. And I think that as soon as we can get that figured out, instead of schools open, schools closed, schools open because of the pandemic, that is really has hampered some of that. I think there are also a variety of different educational opportunities open for those students that are maybe not as traditional. We've seen that already this morning with a person who was educated at home. We have other potential ways that people can be educated and go on to lead very successful lives, and with and without, or even if they did not do well on certain testing issues. But I do believe we should be open as individuals and as school systems and as teachers to figuring out, that's part of what being a teacher is about, what each child needs and a plan for following through with that. I think that in these days, that has happened to a great deal more. There's been much more information and also commitment to that as well from individual teachers, because we have lost a large number of students over the whole country during this time. And people have really found very innovative ways to figure out how to pick up those students and how to, even in alternative education ways, to serve them. So I think that that is an open question, Paul, and I think that whatever any of us can do to bring that, to bring more solutions to that is a very good thing. And I think as Board of Education people, we should definitely be there to encourage that kind of thing, whether it's a charter school, whether it's this, whether it's that, you know, there are all kinds of ways. And I think that we need to take advantage of all of them.
Thank you very much. And I would add that your answer was articulated in a much better fashion than the question.
I don't know about that, but thank you.
Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Murray-Bolivar, I've also enjoyed reading the testimony from the folks at St. Joseph's College for a couple of reasons. And one, I want to thank you for all your service to the schools in Maine, particularly the East End School, where I grew up on Munjoy Hill in Portland, and spent a lot of hours in that building before it was East End School, and really appreciate all the work you're doing there. And then I noted while reading this testimony from St. Joe's, I love your qualifications, simply because I'm a University of Maine graduate. I also got my master's degree at Boston College.
Ah, yay.
So now that could be a negative that you have so much in common with me. However, very excited to have you on board.
Thank you so much.
Do I have any further questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, we will be having folks join us for testimony in person. And I do believe at this point, we have Wilson Hess joining us. We're just promoting him to panelists from the State Board of Education to offer some comments. And good morning, Mr. Hess.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you for this opportunity. I'll move to video for you, and I am chair of the State Board of Education, and I've actually stepped away from our monthly meeting to be with you this morning. So thank you for accommodating in that regard. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here today to speak very briefly to the committee. And so Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, I'm pleased to be with you today to offer very brief comments but heartfelt support for Cynthia Beliveau, a candidate for the State Board of Education from District 1. As the committee is well familiar, the role of the State Board includes providing advice to the Commissioner of Education and to the legislature, along with some other 23 enumerated duties. Cynthia Beliveau, in our judgment, brings a host of attributes that we commend her for and that we would welcome. Her experience in the area of guidance is especially timely in this day and age. We believe she brings a perspective on higher education, which is very important to the work of the board. And I, as the sole person on the board who has experience within higher education specifically, would welcome the expertise that she brings. Her broad experience in governance and both public and private service would be most appropriate for the work that we do, and including her very broad contacts in the charitable world. So in an effort to be brief, I wish to say on behalf of the State Board of Education that we endorse this candidate, look forward to the prospect of working with her as a member of the State Board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. At this time, does the committee have any questions for Mr. Hess? Seeing none, all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We'll review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. We'll vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA, Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. I do apologize as we go on. I will start reading these like an auctioneer. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Ms. Cynthia A. Murray-Bellevaux of Portland for the appointment to the State Board of Education is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Seeing and hearing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Ms. Cynthia A. Murray-Bellevaux of Portland for appointment to the State Board of Education be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157 and the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. Is the committee clerk ready to call the roll?
Yes, Senator. Senator Daughtry?
Yay.
Senator Daughtry votes yay. Senator Rafferty appears to still be absent. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millett?
Yay.
Representative Millett votes yay. Representative McCray?
Yay.
Representative McCray votes yay. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Sampson?
I'm having problems here. I know I can't get my screen. I say yay.
We do actually have to see you on video. Sorry.
I know, well, correct me then. I'm not sure.
We can set up a carrier pigeon flare.
I'm having a problem.
Just teasing. I wonder actually, hold on,
Okay,
Representative.
wait a minute. I got it.
They send you an invite to start video. Huzzah.
I say yay.
Representative Sampson votes yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Senators, we have 12 voting in the affirmative and 0 in the negative.
12 members of the committee having voted the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it is the vote, the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, that the nomination of Ms. Cynthia A. Murray-Bellevaux of Portland be for appointment to the State Board of Education be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We look forward to working with you, and thanks for joining us this morning.
You're welcome.
Okay, up next, and this time I better not get anything wrong or make sure my T's are crossed and my I's are dotted. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of the Honorable Victoria P. Cornfield of Bangor for appointment to the State Board of Education. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes the representative from Portland, Representative Brennan, for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will defer to Representative Millett and ask her to make the motion of her former chair.
Morning surprises. We're keeping
Representative Brennan, You did not give me a heads up, and I don't have the script in front of me.
I think it just is a nomination of Victoria Cornfield for the appointment to State Board of Education.
So moved.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Ms. O'Neill Lowe for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I'm the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here this morning on behalf of the governor to ask for your support and the nomination of the Honorable Victoria Cornfield of Bangor as a member of the Maine State Board of Education. Maine's State Board of Education can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title 20-A, Chapter 5, Section 401. The board consists of 9 voting members and 2 non-voting student members. 4 of these members must reside in the state's 1st Congressional District, and 4 others reside in the state's 2nd Congressional District. All are appointed by the governor. The Honorable Victoria Cornfield of Bangor is being nominated to seat number 1. Victoria Cornfield, as you know, is no stranger to this committee. I've always been moved by her opening each confirmation hearing with a poem and her devout affinity for the humanities. I was especially touched when I received the sweetest card from Victoria at my home over the summer, congratulating me on my recent nuptials. And in that note, the very last line said, "And Missy, if you have any openings on any board or commission, I have a lot of free time and I would love to serve." I immediately went back to the governor, of course, and told her this, and here we are today. She is a former longtime high school English teacher. She served 4 terms in the Maine House of Representatives from 2012 to 2020. From 2014 to 2020, she was the House Chair of this very committee. She holds a bachelor's degree in English and a master's degree in education from Syracuse University, as well as having received special training in educational leadership at the University of Maine. She has been recognized for her commitment to education by the State Board of Education, Maine Education Association, and the Maine Superintendents Association. Tori's dedication to improving Maine's educational system is super evident. This, paired with her past experience with the State Board of Education, is why she's an ideal nominee for the Maine State Board of Education. It is for these reasons and many more that on behalf of the governor, I would ask that you support the nomination of the Honorable Victoria Cornfield of Bangor, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I thank you for your time.
The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions at this time. Seeing none, the chair now recognizes the Honorable Victoria Cornfield for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Senator Daughtry and Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee, I am Tori Cornfield, a former member of this committee who represented part of Bangor. I am honored to be appointed by Governor Mills to the Maine State Board of Education. I am at my core a practitioner, a cheerleader, and a champion of education. I have spent my entire life involved in education as a student, a teacher, and a policymaker. I believe education is the #1 equalizer in this society. It gives everyone a chance for upward mobility and therefore opportunity. Education is also the essence of a democracy. The more educated the citizens are, the better citizens they will be. The more exposure and understanding of world cultures, languages, and religions, the better appreciation of the richness and complexity of the cultural fabric of the world. The more educated as critical thinkers and problem solvers students are, the more discerning as citizens they will be. Knowledge is expanding at an amazing rate. Education gives one the tools to be a good learner and to be able to appreciate and welcome change. It gives one's mind the ability and agility to integrate new data and ideas. I believe education should be excellent, affordable, and accessible to all. This opportunity to be on the state board gives me yet another way to be a part and to serve education. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cornfield. I'm sorry, Honorable Cornfield. The chair would now ask if the committee has any questions at this time, and I am seeing hands go flying. So I do believe I had Representative Sampson, followed by Representative Millette, followed by Senator Woodson, followed by Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Cornfield, Honorable Representative Cornfield. Is that redundant? Anyway, we'll talk about that later. But anyway, that was a lovely presentation. Thank you. Very thoughtful. My question is from me and some of your fellow former colleagues. Could you speak to your thoughts about the length of the school day and what you would want to explore should you be confirmed? Thank you.
Oh, Heidi, thank you, Representative Sampson, for that question. I really think this agrarian model that we're under really does not work in modern society anymore. And I think we really need to think about changing the length of the school day and the length of the school year. You know, teachers are being asked and schools are being asked to take care of every societal problem. Well, you know what? We can do that. If you give them to us for a day and give them to us for a year, we can do that. But we certainly can't do that and make all of the changes in curriculum that people want us to within a 6-hour day, 180 days a year. It's filled up. It's filled up. And so I really do think we need to start working toward a different model. And I know this is monumental because all of the contracts would have to be changed. I mean, it would be huge. Our schools don't have air conditioning. That's a problem. But I really think we need to start thinking about and slowly changing with a goal of a longer school year and a longer school day.
Thank you. Up next, I have Representative Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Cornfield.
Good morning, Representative Millette.
I don't have a question for you because you and I have spent a lot of time together. And so I just want to take this opportunity to say that over the 8 years I had the privilege of working with Representative Cornfield, I learned a tremendous amount about education, about educators, about our students. And as much as I enjoy all of my current colleagues on the Education Committee, I do feel a sense of loss without you, Representative Cornfield.
Thank you.
I'm so delighted that you are willing to continue to serve Maine in Maine schools. I think it's rather appropriate that you are nominated for seat number 1. Wish you all the best, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's an excellent point, Representative Millette. Up next, I have Senator Woodson.
Thank you, and welcome, Representative Cornfield. You have been a staunch supporter of what I call classical education. And what are your thoughts on providing more opportunities, and as you say, an equalizer, to more trade type technical education that would fit into the core standards of Maine education?
I think anyone who has been on this committee will support me in this. We have seen an amazing growth in the community college system in the last 10 years and in technical education, career and technical education. It has just expanded, and it's much more integrated with the high school curriculum now than it ever was. You know, it's just, I think we've realized that all jobs are good jobs, and we need to make sure that kids are prepared for all jobs that they're going to be interested in.
Well, I'm referring primarily to kids that who I feel are missed or left out of the educational system in Maine. Kids that may not be able to go to CTEs, are not receiving vocational, technical, educational type experiences in a regular public schools. Mostly, I'm looking at the rural schools that do not always send their kids to CTEs, nor are they qualified to go.
But every student has the ability to go to a CTE. And I think that now that we have moved to credentials as well, that it's not the commitment that they used to have to make to be in a CTE for a year or 2 years, or in a community college for a year or 2 years. They can get certifications now toward a job. And I really think that this is available to all kids. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Well, I won't necessarily say you're wrong, but I think we need to expand the opportunities.
Well, I think we've seen that growth happening, and it will continue to happen.
Thank you.
Representative Brennan, followed by Representative McCray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Corfield, it's great to see you and have you here. And you mentioned that there's been an explosion in information. I would agree with you, but not necessarily an explosion or equal explosion in wisdom. And I believe that you'll bring a great deal of wisdom to the State Board of Education. And my question is, what would be the first and number one priority that you would have as a member of the State Board of Education that you think the board should focus on and take action on?
I think teacher preparation is the thing that I would feel is the most important thing that we should center on. We've made a lot of changes. You know, the university system has made a lot of changes in their teacher preparation program, but I think we can make even more changes. For example, I think anyone who teaches subject matter in the high school should have that subject matter as their major in college.
Thank you.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a hard thing. I'm reminded, I think it was Representative Cornfield as chair one time. I rambled on. She said, is there a question in there? So I'm going to put a question on the end of this, but basically I want to say that I'm so glad to see the Honorable Tori Cornfield back in the saddle to help Maine in the field of education and lead us in that direction. I can think of no one, really, I mean it. It's not just something to say. I can think of no one that is better suited for that task. I guess my question is, and it's you, Ms. Cornfield, you addressed it in the answer to your first question. How do you feel about adding things to the school curriculum? You've made that quite clear over the years, but I'd like to have you have an opportunity to articulate that yet one more time. Thank you.
There's only 6 hours a day, 180 days. And if legislators keep trying to mandate curriculum, it's just not going to fit unless other things go by the wayside. And if that's the way you want to stuff it in by taking things out or half doing things, you know, I just don't think that's a reasonable plan for the future. I think we have to expand the school day, expand the school year, and really think about what it is we want to teach kids. I mean, you know, I had the question about classical education. If kids aren't taught, for instance, the Beowulf and classical literature, they're never going to pick that up, you know, or Shakespeare or the Odyssey. They're not going to pick that up later in life and read it by themselves. And there's just so many allusions to classical literature that I think it will be a loss to lose some of that by stuffing more things in that we feel we need to teach in a modern society. I'd like to see the day expanded and the year.
Thank you.
Do you have any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, I have a quick one. Representative Cornfield, will you be insisting that the State Board of Education also open with a poem?
I bring the poems with me, so if I'm there, then there'll be a poem.
Wonderful. Seeing no further comments from the committee, at this point, the chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Those who wish to speak in person have registered with the committee clerk prior to the start of this hearing and will be called upon by the chair, at which time they will be promoted to panelists and can be seen and heard. When it is your turn to speak, please observe the following. State your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. After you're done speaking and there are no more questions from the members, you will be returned to attendee status and the next person will be called. Up first, I would recognize Mr. Hess for making a statement on this nomination.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Wilson Hess from Freedom, Maine. I'm the chair of the Maine State Board of Education. And Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm so very pleased to present this testimony in support of the Honorable Victoria Cornfield for a State Board of Education position in District 2. Again, in the interest of brevity, I would point out a number of enormous strengths that this candidate brings forward. She has a long and distinguished career as a teacher, and I deliberately put her teaching experience and her classroom experience first in the list of her strengths. She, of course, has an extraordinary expertise and leadership record in education policy within the legislature. The state board has been interested in its role, which is mandated by statute to provide advice on appropriate issues to the legislature. We think she can bring enormous expertise to that area. And we note her acknowledged advocacy for the role of education in our society, which was the subject of the award that the state board conferred upon her last year. And we must admit her love and knowledge of poetry. Should she be fortunate enough to be confirmed, I can assure you we will find an appropriate place to allow her to share poetry at every state board meeting. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, members of the committee, we can't give a higher endorsement from among all of the distinguished candidates that you'll be looking at today than we offer for Tori Cornfield. Thank you very much and be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Does the committee have any questions at the time? Seeing none, it is my distinct pleasure to recognize the Honorable Henry Ingerson for making comments about the nomination before us. Good morning and welcome. Good to see you.
Oh, it's good to see you all. This is so delightful today. My name is Henry Ingerson. I live in Southern Maine in Arundel. I served on the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee in the 129th Legislature under the tutelage and leadership of Ms. Cornfield. And I'm so very happy to be here today. Not only did I get to dress up, but I got to see you all again. And I also dressed up out of total respect for my good friend and colleague, Tori Cornfield. Dear Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and all you esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. First, I'd like to apologize for not being there in person with you all and being able to give you treats or goodies or donuts. So just put me on the list, Senator Daughtry. I'm here today to wholeheartedly support the nomination of my good friend and colleague, the Honorable Victoria Cornfield, to the Maine State Board of Education. I have the honor of being Tori's friend, but I also served as her colleague in the 129th. And I also have the perspective, like Tori, of having served as a public school educator and a private school educator for 25 years. As I was looking at the state board website, I realized that their mission is to, quote, provide policy leadership that promotes a Maine public school system whose graduates will meet current and future learning standards, and to make recommendations to the executive and legislative branch that will further this mission. I can't think of another person more supremely qualified to meet this mission than the Honorable Ms. Cornfield. Just a brief explanation. As to, quote, providing policy leadership, I witnessed Tori's educational policy leadership in action during my 2 years on the committee. Tori knows educational policy inside out. She shepherded many of her own policy initiatives through the legislative process, and she has critically guided many other bills through the committee. I say critically guided with emphasis because one of the strong points of Tori's leadership style is that it's incisive, it's honest, and it's careful. She knows that educational policy is not something to be impulsively altered or created. It must sincerely benefit teachers, parents, school leaders, and especially all of our Maine students. As a leader, Tori is also a great team worker. She listens incredibly well, which is a rare quality, and she's inclusive of diverse viewpoints. The last part of the state board mission says that, quote, the members will provide leadership that promotes a Maine public school system whose graduates will meet current and future learning standards. Tori's lifetime inside the classroom as an educator in Maine's public schools make her very uniquely qualified to fulfill this role. Tori's been in the trenches and she knows firsthand what constitutes quality teaching and quality learning. In short, you can be sure that whatever Tori brings before you as a state board member, it will have been thoroughly and intelligently considered and it be in the best interests of Maine schools. I hope you'll join me in supporting her nomination to the state board. Thanks everybody for your time. Great to be here. Wish I could stay out longer.
Lovely to see you and thank you for your comments. Does the committee have any questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We'll review any additional written comments and vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA, Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the Honorable Victoria Cornfield of Bangor for appointment to the State Board of Education is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to taking the vote immediately. Seeing and hearing no objection, The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable Victoria Cornfield of Bangor for appointment to the State Board of Education be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. The committee clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Daughtry.
Yay, enthusiastic yay.
Senator Daughtry votes an enthusiastic yay. Senator Rafferty, still absent. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette.
A grateful yay.
Representative Brett votes yay. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett.
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury.
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Sampson.
Yay.
Representative Sampson votes yay. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Oh, Representative Roach. That's me.
Nay.
Representative Roach votes nay. Okay, Senator, so we have 11 in favor and 1 opposed.
11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of the Honorable Victoria Cornfield of Bangor for appointment to the State Board of Education be confirmed. Congratulations. It's wonderful to see you, as well as
Thank you.
the Honorable.
Thank
Anderson. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Up next, we'll transition real quick. So I will open the public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Grayson Elliott Orne of Camden for appointment to the State Board of Education. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes the representative from Portland, Representative Brennan, for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Grayson Elliott Orne of Camden for appointment to the State Board of Education.
The chair now recognizes Ms. O'Neill Lowe for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I'm the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Grayson Elliott Orne of Camden as a student member of the Maine State Board of Education. Maine's State Board of Education can be found in the Maine Revised Statutes under Title 20A, Chapter 5, Section 401. As previously mentioned, the board consists of 9 voting members and 2 non-voting student members. 4 of these members must reside in the state's 1st congressional district, and 4 others reside in the state's 2nd congressional district. All are appointed by the governor. Grayson Elliott Orne of Camden is being nominated to seat number 10, which requires that the nominee be a student enrolled in good standing in a public high school in the state, have completed 10th grade prior to the commencement of the term, and provide at least 3 references from teachers in the school that he attends. Mr. Orne is a junior at the Maine School of Science and Mathematics, where he is a Renaissance Scholar. At MSSM, he is very involved in the Key Club, Jazz Band, and Student Senate. As an 8th grader, he was awarded the Secretary of State's Citizenship Award. His interest in politics extends outside of school, and he's worked as a field officer for Senator Susan Collins' 2020 senatorial campaign. In addition to his interest in sailing, music, and science, Mr. Orne believes that he can make a difference for Maine students in this role. It is because of his motivation, dedication, and determination in his studies in representing his peers that makes him an ideal nominee. And for those reasons, and on behalf of Janet Mills, our governor, I would ask that you support the nomination of Grayson Elliott Warren of Camden. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I thank you for your time this morning.
Chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions at this time. Seeing none, the chair now recognizes Mr. Grayson Elliott Warren for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Good morning and welcome.
Morning, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and the honorable members of this Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Grace Warren from Camden, Maine, and I'm here today to discuss with you my nomination of the State Board of Education by Governor Janet Mills. I'm currently a student at the Maine School of Science and Mathematics in Limestone, a school that was ranked one of the best public schools in the nation just a few years ago. At MSSM, I've had the privilege of being elected to the Student Senate for 3 years, as well as being appointed as the chair of the Residential Life Committee. At MSSM, I try to be as active in my community as possible, whether it be in VEX Robotics as a lead builder or youth and government as a committee chair. Throughout my time in the public education system, I've always found somewhat of a lack of challenge in academics, and that was why I applied to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics in the first place. It's because of this desire to learn and help myself as well as others in their academics is why I applied for this position on the board. This experiencing a top tier education from some of the greatest educators in the state at MSSM has given me a unique perspective. As well as my education at public schools in the Camden Rockport area has given me different varied perspectives going from the average public school to one of the few residential magnet schools in the state. And I applied for this position because I want to work with the board to devise better solutions for for all ends of the academic spectrum, from gifted and talented students to those who specialize in vocational studies, or those who may need a little extra assistance in their education so they can succeed and be the best students they can be. As a member of the board, I'll strive to get input from my peers at my school as well as across the state and relay those concerns to the members of the board. All this just to better the academic experience for all students in the state. I'm excited to bring my perspective to this board if confirmed, and I'd like to thank the governor for her nomination, as well as all of you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd ask if the committee has any questions. Representative Stearns.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Grayson, welcome to the committee, and your comments were, in my opinion, right on the mark this morning. However, I need to comment that when I was a young man out on the playground as a young fellow, I used to emulate Bart Starr of the Green Bay Packers, and I noticed your Green Bay Packers emblem on the wall behind you. And I just want to offer to you that there is still time in your life for you to evolve and become a New England Patriots fan. So I want you to consider that as you move forward.
Yeah, I was my mom is from Wisconsin. I think I'd be disowned if I was not a fan of Green Bay in the future.
Fair enough.
We'll make sure that Representative Stearns doesn't hold it against you. Any other questions from the committee at this time? Just want to say real quick, it's lovely to meet and have a student from MSSM before us. A few years prior, I used to come up to help with prom every year and drive up to Limestone and work with the students. So I greatly miss getting to spend time in Limestone and be working with the school and know what an incredible place it is for learning and for academic exploration. Any other questions at this time? Seeing, oh, Representative Crockett sneaking in.
Yes, just sneaking in at the last minute. And I'm just going to follow up on Representative Stern's comment regarding the Packers. Now, obviously, this is for the Department of Education, but you should be made aware that the Commissioner of Transportation, Bruce Van Note, is the biggest Green Bay Packer fan in the state of Maine. So you definitely need to connect with Commissioner Van Note and never convert to a New England Patriots fan.
Thank you for that, sir. I'll make sure I'll see if I can get in touch with him.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none and figuring out everyone's football allegiances, the chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against the nomination. For this purpose, the chair will recognize Mr. Hess to make a statement on this nomination. Mr. Hess, you're on mute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was just taking a phone call from one of your colleagues from Eagle Lake, as a matter of fact. So thank you for bringing me back to reality. My name is Wilson Hess of Freedom, Maine. I'm chair of the State Board of Education. It's my honor and pleasure today to speak in support of the nomination of Grayson Orn. So Senator Daughtry and Representative Brennan, members of the committee, there are a few things I'd like you to know about Grayson, which may or may not be in the packet that you've received. First of all, I would like to give you the context. The Maine is considered a leader nationally in having student participation on its state board. We are constantly receiving requests from other states that are members of the National Association of State Boards of Education to understand what we do and how we do it. So we're very proud of that heritage, and we're very proud of the students who have gone through that path. The path for these students, let's put it in context. The path for next year's nominee began this week. That's how long this process is. There were over 24 candidates last year that were screened intensively. That process took place over the spring and into the summer. Unfortunately, because of COVID, there were no legislative sessions by which Grayson could be confirmed. And beginning last fall, he volunteered to sit in as a member of the public on the state board meetings. Even though he couldn't play his formal role, he's been very proactive and a good contributor in that regard. You've seen his long list of leadership activities, which are outstanding. You've seen his academic record, which is also outstanding at a very demanding institution. In addition to things listed there, it's my understanding that Grayson is pursuing a private pilot's license, which is also a pretty daunting task, especially since most of his flights are taking place near home, which is in the mid-coast of Maine. And of course, he spends a lot of his time up in the county. I want you to know that we have had discussions with Jason about his role, should he be confirmed. You may get to see him again, because it's our understanding that there's a proposed bond issue for an MSSMA dormitory, and he might indeed be before you providing testimony at that time. So we're very impressed with Grayson. We've had experience with him. We think he is going to be a wonderful student member, and we strongly recommend your ratification of his nomination. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions at this time? Seeing none, all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments, vote on the nomination, and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III, MRSA, Section 157, and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written office, or notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Mr. Grayson Elliott Orrin of Camden for appointment to the State Board of Education is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to taking the vote immediately. If there is no objection, which I am seeing none, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Grayson Elliott Orrin of Camden for appointment to the State Board of Education be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Maine Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. The committee clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Daughtry?
Yay.
Senator Daughtry votes yay. Senator Rafferty is still absent. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yay.
Representative Millette votes yay. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Sampson?
Yay.
Representative Sampson votes yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative Roach?
Yay.
Representative Roach votes yes. Okay, Senator, we have 12 in favor and 0 opposed.
12 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Grayson Elliott Orrin of Camden for appointment to the State Board of Education be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm excited to get working.
We're looking forward to working with you. Well, folks, that concludes our nominations this morning. We do have another chock full afternoon full of nominations. So use this opportunity to go grab some food, stretch your arms, move your legs. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to everyone who came before us today. And, thank you to all the nominees for your willingness to be able to serve and to serve our state. So with that, I don't know, Representative Brennan, do you have anything to add before we break for lunch?
No, just again, congratulations to the governor's office on a great list of nominees. And we really expect a lot of great work to continue out of the State Board of Education.
Thank you, Representative Brennan.
Thank you. And with that, we will break for lunch. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back at 1 p.m.
Are we having a leads and chairs meeting?
Yes, you
Yes.
should have received a link from Hillary, but I'll make sure she resends it as well.
Okay, thank you.
Has she sent anything yet?
I thought she did, but I'll double check with her right now. Oh, I just got an email from her. Let's see if it's the link. It is the link. It will be in your inboxes right now.
So do we want to try to start now or at noon?
Let's start at noon just to give us
Noon.
all.
Okay, great.
See you over there.
Hello, Mr. Norton.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm well, Sam. How are you?
I'm doing well too. Thanks for asking. I just wanted to let you know the committee will be meeting again around 1 p.m.
Okay.
But currently everything is live streaming out on YouTube. So if you would like to just mute yourself and turn off your camera until 1, we'll make sure you know you're not missing anything.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, no problem.
So Sam,
Yes, Representative.
I got excellent job this morning with the packets and the scheduling and who was speaking. That was
Oh,
great.
thank you. I hope it was a little smoother today.
Yeah, no, having the order, having the packets and all the others, and then who was speaking for whom was very helpful. And it was just great, really well organized. So I have a public hearing at 1 o'clock in the Health and Human Services Committee.
Okay.
So if I stay on where I am right now and then go to my laptop, I think I should be able to then jump to Health and Human Services and still stay on education.
That's my understanding. If you're using 2 separate devices, if you were trying to access multiple meetings on the same device, I don't think that would be possible. But because you're using 2 devices, I think that should work.
Okay, but this device I'm on right now is just a monitor.
Yeah, yep. So I think that, and then you're saying that for the HHS one, you would go over onto your laptop and join on there?
Well, but on my laptop, I have the Health and Human Services Zoom link. Would I be able to use that? Keep the, okay, well,
Yeah,
I'll try.
I know it's definitely possible for people to be, sometimes I would be on a Zoom on my iPhone, and then I'd also be on a Zoom on my Chromebook, and I would be on in multiple Zooms at the same time. So I think it should work.
Okay.
I would just make sure you, so it doesn't get confusing, turn off the sound.
Right.
And then, because then otherwise you'll be hearing HHS and EDU at the same time, and that, that can
Well,
make
I'm
it confusing.
gonna right now, I'm gonna go to HHS.
Yeah, their link is live just like ours. So if you try to get on there, we can see if it kicks you out or not of the EDU one.
Okay, so why, it's showing me leave and join. That you'll have to leave this meeting to join the next meeting.
Okay. Maybe
So
it's
what is-
because you might be signing, if you, it's probably through your legislative account. Maybe you're only able to access one meeting at a time.
Okay. Because the account, the Zoom link though, I have on my, I've switched from my legislative account to my Gmail account.
Oh, so it's your personal email.
Right.
And it's still asking you to leave.
Yeah. But this one that I'm on now talking to you is also my personal account.
Oh, that's why then. Okay.
That's why. Okay. So I'd have to leave the education committee in order to get onto the HHS.
Yes, Representative.
Okay. All right.
And that's okay. Then you can you can rejoin at any time for this one because it's up and running.
So when I come back, I would just go back to the Zoom link on my, okay. All right. All right.
I know it's a lot trying to be in two places at once.
Well, no, it's easier when you have a bill to present in the education committee as a, like I have two next week and they're in education, so that's easier. But try to jump between different committees it gets hard or it gets difficult. All right. So given this is second bill up, I will stay with education for the time being. Thanks. And,
no
and how are
problem.
you doing, Sam? How are you doing?
Good. I'm just going to get those public hearing notices published. I already created them, so I'm going to send them out to the people that are supposed to receive them and get them put on the web here before we resume with things here at 1.
All right, great.
And if there's anything I can do with HHS, just let me know, Representative, because that clerk is my neighbor right next door. So I can always, the clerk can send me an email or, give me a heads up.
Well, I don't want to sit in the waiting room for a half hour.
That's what I figured, yeah.
If I can be in education and vote on things.
Representative Brennan, it's nice to see you. This is Miles Thiemann. The last time we were together was at the Beach Boys concert 5-6 years ago in Bangor.
Wow. It was actually a little longer than that. Well, was that the Beach Boys concert in Bangor?
Yes, you were. Yeah.
And who? I was with Kerry Weston.
Kerry Weston got us tickets, right?
Wow. I'd forgotten that. Well, it's good to see you.
Nice to see you. I haven't forgotten it. I enjoyed the concert. My wife said I made a fool of myself. So there you go.
Well, the reason I asked is that they also had a concert in Portland at Merrill Auditorium in 2016.
Oh, okay.
But it was just Brian Wilson with Al Jardine, not with Mike Love and everybody. So the one, I think it was 2012, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure you're correct. It was a while ago.
Yeah, it was 2012, 2013. And I was mayor of Portland at the time, and Mayor
Right.
Weston in Bangor got tickets.
Yeah, well, Carrie is a good friend, and
He is? Okay.
I do remember that evening well. We had a
Yeah.
good time.
Well, it was a perfect night.
It was.
Weather was great, and the concert was terrific. I've seen Brian Wilson twice. I saw him once at down at Hampton Beach at the casino, Club Casino down there.
Okay.
And then I saw him at Merrill Auditorium. I think it was 2016 or 17. He played in Portland, but he was playing with that. They had like 12 people that were playing in the orchestra, and it was great though. He did a good job. But I don't think he's touring anymore.
I have no idea. But that again, I had always been a big Beach Boys fan, and we had a good time. So
Yeah, that was. Yeah. Well,
I also bring greetings. Did your dad go to Maine Maritime Academy?
Yes.
He graduated the same year, 1945, as the father of the former chair of the academy, Bob Peacock. And Bobby reminded me of that yesterday.
No, he graduated in 1945. Yes.
Yeah. So did Bobby's father.
Okay. And my father grew up on Kellogg Street in Munjoy Hill in Portland, 3 doors down from Joe Brennan. And Joe Brennan always used to say to me, your father was the first person from Munjoy Hill to go to Maine Maritime Academy. And I thought that was, really something. And then I found out Maine Maritime Academy opened in 1941, and he entered in 1943 when he graduated from Traverse High School. So there wasn't much of a window of opportunity for anybody else from Munjoy Hill to go to Maine Maritime Academy.
Well, he held the record at least for a while.
Yeah, but back then it was a 2-year program, not a 4-year program.
Right.
And he used to hitchhike from Portland to Castine, back and forth.
Wow. Well, Bob sent me not only his father's yearbook, but your picture, but your dad's yesterday too. So.
Wow. Well, he had been offered a football scholarship to Holy Cross, and because it was 1943, he decided that going to Maine Maritime, that he'd probably get drafted out of his freshman class at Holy Cross, and so he thought it'd probably be better to go to Maine Maritime Academy, so he went there instead, and it worked out pretty well for him, and during the Korean conflict, they told him they either draft him as an able-bodied seaman or he could enlist as an officer. So he enlisted as an officer.
Kind of narrowed his choices.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to you and the committee for seeing us today, even remotely. So,
well, we've done pretty well. We had 5 confirmations this morning, and we had 4 on Monday.
Yep.
So by the end of the day, we should have we've done, since Monday, we've probably done 15 or 16 confirmations. And they've just gotten backed up because obviously with us being shut down last March, and the legislature not being in session, it was difficult to make appointments and move those forward. But we're kind of catching up now.
you did what you could, and again, I know to speak for all the nominees at MMA, we're delighted to be in front of you. So.
Yeah. Well, we're at still several minutes before we probably will start, but and I actually have to jump off to go present a bill in another committee. So I
Must make multitasking even more of a challenge than usual.
just right now, it's just keeping Zoom accounts. So just for today, for example, I've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different Zoom accounts that I've had to access for 5 different meetings. So just keeping track of them is a whole new legislative skill that you develop.
I bet it is.
So let me see here.
Hey, everyone, we'll be starting pretty soon. I'm just going to give everyone a second to get settled.
Did you just hear that? Sorry.
Okay, I do think we have a quorum. If everyone will just bear with me, I managed to go flying over our lunch break, slid on my LL Bean shearling slippers and totally threw out something in my back. So I'm just trying to get resettled. Also be careful with slippery slippers.
That brings some truth to the slippery slope theory.
Yeah, or why are they called slippers? Shouldn't they be called grippers? Just feel like I need to file a complaint with LL Bean right about now. Okay, we got that. Just putting up the scripts, and then we will be ready to go. I don't know if anyone has anything they'd like to add or any questions about the day before we get started. By the day, I mean afternoon. I apologize, Sam. Could you resend the script? They're not opening again. It has the PDF, but it just says no file attached.
Yeah, no problem, Senator. I'll send them right now.
It's been a day of technical difficulties. Apologies, folks. Just waiting for them to load. Apologies, everybody. And they're still not coming through. Let me try again. Let me try something else.
Did you refresh your inbox, Senator? They just sent it about 15 seconds ago.
Me trouble. Okay. Everyone keep their fingers crossed that this actually opens. Okay, we have Mr. Thiemann, Mr. Somerville, Mr. Norton,
Good evening.
and we've got Mrs. Neal, and Mr. Ford, Mr. Boyer. Okay, Sam, I think I have all of them, but I don't seem to have Chris. I apologize if I get your name wrong. Doty's packet.
Oh, that's an earlier version.
Okay.
That's a confirmation for a different committee. So
Okay.
everybody's here.
Wonderful. This makes me feel so much better. So up first, we do have Dr. Mark, and could you just say your last name for me very quick?
Sure, it's 4A.
4A. Thank you so much. Okay. So officially, welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Just a reminder to everyone present, we are gathered for confirmation hearings this afternoon. For those who are joining us, just a reminder that this is being live streamed on YouTube as well as being recorded, and to please keep that in mind with your remarks. If you have any questions, we are ably assisted today by our fantastic committee clerk, Sam Baker. So please let us know if we have any questions or any technology issues. As we all just witnessed with myself, Mr. Baker is here to save the day. And so if we don't see any questions from the committee, I think we will jump right in. So This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor, Dr. Mark Foray, fingers crossed I got that right, of Camden for appointment to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes the representative from Portland, Representative Brennan, for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend the confirmation of Dr. Mark Foray of Camden for appointment to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees.
The chair now recognizes Ms. O'Neill Lowe for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in the support of the nomination of Dr. Mark Foray from Camden as a member of the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees. Maine's Community College Board of Trustees can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title 20-A, Chapter 431, Section 12705. The board consists of 15 members, 13 of whom are appointed by the governor. Also, the Commissioners of Labor and Education serve as ex officio members. Dr. Foray of Camden is being nominated to seat number 3, which requires that the nominee be a representative of the fields from the fields of business and industry, labor, education, or from the general public. Dr. Foray is currently the president of Coastal Healthcare Alliance. He holds a bachelor's degree and a medical degree from the University of Minnesota. He completed his residency at the University of San Francisco Fresno Medical Center. He has held teaching appointments as professor of surgery within the University of California and University of Vermont systems. He is a strong advocate for higher education and would bring a deep understanding of the healthcare workforce needs to this board should he be confirmed. It is for these reasons that on behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the nomination of Dr. Mark Foray from Camden to the Community College System Board of Trustees. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I think I just had my first mute moment of the day. Before we get to any questions from the committee, thank you to my committee colleagues. In my pain and technology issues, totally forgot to do introductions for the committee. So I think we'll go very quickly. I'm Senator Maddie Daughtry. I represent Senate District 24, which are the communities of Harpswell, Brunswick, Freeport, North Yarmouth, and Pownell. My House Chair, Representative Brennan. There you go. You're on mute, Representative Brennan.
Hi, Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
And then Senator Woodson.
Dave Woodson, District 33, Southwestern York County.
Representative Crockett.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Representative Dodge.
Good afternoon, nominees. Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore.
Representative McCray.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield up in the county. I represent District 148, and I'm pleased to announce that it's 40 degrees warmer than it was when we started this day.
Representative Millette.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Representative Roach.
Good afternoon, Tim Roach, District 7, representing Wells.
Representative Salisbury.
Good afternoon, I'm Sue Salisbury, and I am representing House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
And Representative Sampson.
Hi there, I'm Heidi Sampson, representing House District 21. That's in Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. And last but not least, Representative Stearns. And Representative Stearns, you are also on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of a dozen towns and the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And now that we've introduced ourselves, I will ask if the committee has any questions at this time for Mrs. O'Neill Lowe. Seeing none, the chair now recognizes Dr. Mark Foray for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Hopefully I got it right that time.
You did. Thank you, Senator Daughtry, if I said that correctly, hopefully.
Daughtry, it's a mouthful. I blame my parents.
Thank you, Representative Brennan, members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Mark Foray from Camden, Maine, and I am here today to discuss with you my nomination to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees. In 1989, I and my young family were able to make our way to Cape Elizabeth, Maine, as I accepted a position at Maine Medical Center, working as an emergency physician. In Cape Elizabeth, I was fortunate to be able to serve on the school board and had a wonderful teacher there. The superintendent, Connie Goldman, taught me a great deal about education systems, governance, and performance improvement. I spent most of my career at Maine Medical Center really in education, where I was responsible for teaching medical students and emergency medicine residents, which was a wonderful part of my career. Since that time, I've spent various leadership positions across Maine Health, now serving, as you heard, as president of 2 hospitals on the coast, Penn Bay Medical Center and Waldo County General Hospital. Thank you, Jan. That position has given me an additional look at our educational system. So I certainly spent a long time being educated and very much enjoyed working as an educator. However, being responsible for a local health system, the need to have capable and well-educated individuals to be able to provide care to our communities is becoming increasingly important, especially with the COVID pandemic. And the need that we have can only be filled by the good work of Maine's educational system, and in particular, the Maine Community College system. So I'm very excited about this opportunity going forward. Another piece of this is, as we are charged with improving the health of our local communities, we know that there are very important social determinants of health. And among those include education and having a job that people feel good about, and that will by itself improve the health of our communities. So we've learned that education is a great equalizer when it comes to closing those socioeconomic gaps that have a negative impact on our healthcare outcomes in our communities and across the state. So with that in mind, I would be very much honored to serve in any way I can to support that educational system. And I'm particularly excited to be connected to the community college level. It just brings so much to us. It allows many, many people to access higher education, and I'm very excited about the opportunity. I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
The chair would ask at this time if there are any questions from the committee. Seeing none, thank you so much for your statement. The chair will now take comments from persons attending the hearing who wish to speak. And I am not seeing that we have anyone signed up currently. Correct, Mr. Baker?
Correct, Senator.
Thank you. So all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee, vote on the nomination, and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA, Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Dr. Mark Foray of Camden for appointment to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this motion sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to taking the vote immediately. Seeing and hearing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Dr. Mark Foray of Camden for appointment to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation, and a vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Daughtry?
Yay.
Senator Daughtry votes yay. Senator Rafferty, absent. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yay.
Representative Millette votes yay. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Gratefully, yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Sampson?
Yay.
Representative Sampson votes yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Senator, that is 12 in favor and 0 opposed.
12 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Dr. Mark Foray of Camden for appointment to the Maine Community College System Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Jane. I just want to take this opportunity to say it's been a pleasure, honor, and a privilege to work with you over my 6 years on the board.
I think we had a crossover there, but congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm incredibly grateful for your time. I'm super excited about this opportunity and look forward to serving in any way that I can.
Absolutely. Up next, we have Irene Neal. So this is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Miss Irene Neal of Fort Kent for appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. The meeting today is being conducted electronically pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee. The chair recognizes the representative from Portland, Representative Brennan, for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Miss Irene Neal of Fort Kent for appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees.
The chair now recognizes, and Ms. O'Neill Lowe, you'll have to remind me, are you making these ones correct?
Yeah, no, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think I'm off mute. Thank you, Senator. I would just like to introduce from our office, Caitlin McGathlin. Caitlin is going to introduce Irene this afternoon, and past during these confirmation hearings in front of this committee, we've let our interns introduce the student nominees, and given my very close connection to the university, now that I am married to the vice chancellor, in conjunction with the governor, we agreed that it's probably best that others introduce the University of Maine Board of Trustees nominees. With that said, I'd like to introduce you all to Caitlin McGathlin. Caitlin is a lifetime resident of Cumberland. She's a recent graduate of Wheaton College in Massachusetts. She has her degree in political science, and she's really excited to be here today and is super interested in public service. She's one of our spring interns here in the governor's office, and she's been working with my team here in boards and commissions as we face the 51 confirmation hearings these last couple of weeks. So with that said, Caitlin will do Ms. Neal's introduction. Thank you for allowing this.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry and Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. As mentioned, my name is Caitlin McGafflin, and I am a senior spring 2021 intern in the Governor Janet T. Mills' office. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Irene Neal of Fort Kent as a student member of the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. Maine University System Board of Trustees can be found in the Maine Revised Statute under Title 20A, Chapter 411, Section 1091. The board consists of 16 members, 15 of whom are appointed by the governor. One of the 15 members being a student trustee. The 16th member is the Commissioner of Education. Irene Neal of Fort Kent is being nominated for seat 16, which requires that the nominee be a full-time student at the University of Maine and who is a Maine resident enrolled with a minimum of 12 credit hours per semester. The charter of the Maine UMaine system further states that the duties of the Board of Trustees in consultation with the Chancellor is the governing and planning body of the university, and in addition has the responsibility for preparing and approving the operating and capital budgets of the university and presenting them in accordance with the direction of the Maine Revised Statutes, Title 5, Section 1665, as well as Title 5, Chapter 153. In fulfilling its duties, the Board of Trustees shall support and enhance the system and the mission of the system, provide sound financial management of the system, exercise prudent stewardship of the assets of the system, evaluate the Chancellor and Presidents appointed by the Board of Trustees pursuant to Section 4A, plan
Oh no, it appears that we
needs of the performance of the system, visibly advocate for higher education as a means to strengthen the economy and communities of the state, as well as establish mechanisms for review and approval of programs. Ms. Neal is currently in her third year at the University of Maine at Fort Kent studying nursing. She was valedictorian of her high school class and graduated from Brewer High School in 2017. Both in high school and in college, she has been an active member of her community. During her high school years, Ms. Neal, was a member of the Key Club and organizer of the biannual blood drive and an accomplished athlete for her girls' track and field and cross-country teams. During college, Irene has been a member of the University of Maine's Biomedical Engineering Club at UMaine Orono, and at the University of Fort Kent, Irene is a member of the Student Nurses Organization and volunteers at Crosswinds Residential Care. On top of her schoolwork and extracurriculars, Ms. Neal works both as a nurse's aide at Crosswinds Residential and participates in the university's work-study program to put herself through college. Having attended both the flagship as well as the University of Maine at Fort Kent, Ms. Neal's experience with the institutions within the UMaine system, paired with her leadership experience throughout high school and now college, make her a highly qualified nominee. She understands the challenges that many students face and has the skills and experience to find solutions to them on behalf of the student body she represents. Ms. Neal is an intelligent young woman who will be a great asset to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees and an effective voice for all the system's students. For these reasons, and among others, and on behalf of the Governor Mills, I ask that you support the nomination of Irene Neal of Fort Kent. Thank you for your time today, and I would be happy to answer any other questions that you have.
Thank you. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions at this time. Seeing none, the chair recognizes Ms. Neal for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Good afternoon and welcome.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay? Okay. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and the honorable members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Irene Neal, and I am here today to discuss my nomination to the Board of Trustees of the University of Maine System. Firstly, I want to express my sincere gratitude at having this opportunity to speak with all of you today and to highlight how honored I feel to have been nominated to the role of student trustee of the board. As someone who grew up working class in rural Maine, I never could have imagined that today I would be sitting here in front of this committee and discussing my nomination to the UMS Board of Trustees by the first female governor of our state, Janet Mills. I'm so excited to be able to serve the people of Maine in this role, and I truly hope I can make a positive impact during my time as a trustee. Now, a little bit of background about myself. I chose to study nursing because I have always had an intrinsic desire to help those around me and to make our world, through one act of compassion at a time, a better place. In nursing, I have found an intellectual and spiritual home, given that it is defined by helping improve the well-being of others. Additionally, the coronavirus pandemic has made me reflect upon my role as a citizen and nursing student in our complex and dynamic society, and how my actions and behaviors affect the health and well-being of those around me. The pandemic has also forced me to consider my mortality, as I, along with millions of other Americans, have watched the terrifying death toll of COVID-19 increase with each day. This time has made me realize how truly precious each moment of our lives is, and how we must sincerely and intentionally engage with each second of it that we are granted. For me, authentic engagement in my life is centered around the primary question of how can I be of service to others? I know that when I am an RN, I will be embracing and answering that question each day as I help guide and support my patients to a state of mental and physical healing and hope. But I also want to meaningfully contribute my skills and time now, before I'm an RN, to help others. That is why I'm so excited and grateful for this opportunity to serve on the board, because it will be an incredible chance to help so many Mainers as they or their loved ones pursue higher education in our public university system. While serving on the board, it is my promise to always lead and work with compassion, love, humility, and curiosity. Among the core goals that I aim to accomplish are helping to make the public university system more financially accessible and equitable, particularly to those of lesser financial means and limited or no experience with a higher education system. As a student that comes from a working class background, I understand intimately the challenges of managing the financial complexities of university while also successfully and consistently meeting the intense academic demands of school. Second, I would love to help strengthen and promote the development of improved support systems for students as they traverse the exciting yet also undeniably difficult college journey. The transition from high school to university can be extremely challenging, and it is my goal that students can have ready access to programs and professionals that are in place specifically to help them succeed academically and emotionally as they transition from adolescence to adulthood and ultimately begin their professional lives. When students feel a greater sense of financial security and know that they are not alone in the vast, intimidating world of higher education, but instead have access to resources that are designed and sustained solely for their success, they will, I believe, be much more likely to persevere through their college degree, begin successful careers, and open doors for those that come behind them to pursue their dreams and goals as well. In closing, I want to thank each and every one of you here today for taking the time to listen to my testimony and to again express my sincere thanks to the governor for nominating me to this role. I am so deeply grateful for this opportunity, and I truly hope that, if confirmed, I can make a positive impact on the lives of Mainers across our state. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Neal. Do I have any questions from the committee? Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Neal.
Hi.
Hi, you did great.
Oh, thank you.
So I'd like to ask, what do you think made the difference for you in your ability to successfully attend the University of Maine system as a student from working class rural Maine?
So for me, it was definitely a variety of factors. So coming out of high school, I was extremely fortunate to get several scholarships, and those were really helpful. And when I went to UMaine, because I was valedictorian of my class, I got a pretty good scholarship from them as well. So that was huge. And then when I came to Fort Kent, I also got scholarships as well due to my grades. So that was a big part of the financial component. And I've also just had a whole village, it feels like, of mentors and supportive friends and family, both when I was at UMaine and also at UMFK, who have supported me so much, like especially when things get really tough, and especially with nursing, it's a challenging degree. So that can happen often. And just people that can help remind me why I'm here and that I'm capable and that I have what it takes. So I think the combination of financial aid and just awesome supportive people in my life have really made a difference.
Do I have any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Neal. You have an exemplary record and excited and hoping that we'll be able to work together in the future.
Me as well. Thank you so much.
And I don't see that we have anyone here to speak. So we will be moving straight away to all public comments having been taken. The committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. Vote and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III, MRSA, Section 157 in the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Miss Irene Neal of Fort Kent for appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire if any members object. Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Miss Irene Neal of Fort Kent for appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. The committee clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Daughtry?
Yay.
Senator Daughtry votes yay. Senator Rafferty, absent. Senator Woodsum?
Yay.
Senator Woodsum votes yay. Representative Brennan, absent. Representative Millette?
Yay.
Representative Millette votes yay. Representative McCray?
Yay.
Representative McCray votes yay. Representative Dodge?
Supportively, yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Sampson?
Yay.
Representative Sampson votes yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach?
Yay.
Representative Roach votes yay. So, Senator, I have 11 in favor and 0 opposed.
11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Miss Irene Neal of Fort Kent for appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you for taking the time to let me talk to you all today.
Absolutely. Best of luck. We look forward to working with you. Up next, we have Miles. Okay, you're going to have to make sure I say this last name right. Theman?
Theman is correct, Senator.
Theman. Okay. So, opening the next packet. I open the public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Miles, not going to try the middle name, Theman of Bangor for reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Stearns for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Miles Theman of Bangor, and I've lost my place, for reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees.
The chair now recognizes Mrs. O'Neill Lowe for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the Governor to ask for your support of the nomination for reappointment of Miles Yanobsky-Thiemann of Bangor as a member of the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees. Among its duties, the Board of Trustees is responsible for the governance of the Academy, appoints its president, approves academic programming, confers degrees on students who have completed all requirements for graduation, and sets tuition rates and operating budgets. Mr. Thiemann of Bangor is being nominated for reappointment to seat number 1, which requires that the nominee be a resident of Maine. Mr. Thiemann has served on MMA's board since 2014. He holds a bachelor's degree in economics from the Wharton School of Finance, University of Pennsylvania. He received his master's of business administration from the University of Florida. Prior to his retirement in 2015, he was the vice president and chief sales and marketing officer for Northern Light Healthcare, where he spent nearly 40 years of his career. Mr. Thiemann currently serves on the MMA board as the Finance Committee Chair, where he brings his years of experience in the world of finance and economics to that table. It is because of Mr. Thiemann's dedication to his service on Maine Maritime's Board of Trustees and the statements outlined here that I ask on behalf of Governor Mills that you support the nomination for reappointment of Miles Yanobsky-Thiemann of Bangor. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time this afternoon, and I hope I did not mess the middle name up, Miles.
You were fine, thank you.
Right.
The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions at this time. Seeing none, the chair now recognizes Mr. Miles Yanobsky-Thiemann for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. I think I got overconfident there.
There you go. Thank you very much, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the committee. I will be brief. As you've heard, it's after almost over 6 years, it's my privilege to return before the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, this time to speak with you about my second nomination to serve as a member of the MMA Board of Trustees. In the interest of full transparency, please know that my maritime experience is limited to handlining for haddock in Passamaquoddy Bay near my childhood home in Lubec. Rather, as my background material indicates, I came to the trustees with lengthy experience in management, sales, and marketing, and that perspective has shaped and will continue to influence my input. Despite the incredible challenges presented by COVID, President Brennan and VP Rosen and their teams have been incredibly creative and flexible in ensuring that the current environment does not place a further burden on either the school or the student experience. As you would expect, the board has been closely monitoring those strategies and the results produced. In my capacity as treasurer of the board and chair of the finance committee, I can assure you MMA is on sound footing. Additionally, academic and operational leaders continue to work with the trustees to pursue opportunities for new programs and courses that will allow students to meet the ever-changing environment in which energy is produced and goods and services are transported across the globe. In particular, I believe my background in starting and furthering new initiatives will continue to be of value in launching and evaluating those efforts. 6 years ago, I thought I knew a bit about MMA. I certainly was aware of its reputation for training men and women as engineers and deck officers for the maritime industry and the Navy. But frankly, I did not have a clue that almost 20% of its students are women, almost 70% of its graduates are from Maine, 80% of students receive some form of financial aid, 10% of its graduates earn degrees in international business and logistics. The 6-month post-graduation employment rate exceeds 90%. Commercial and industrial power plants in Maine are staffed largely by MMA grads, and its wide variety of continuing education programs attracts enrollees from all over the United States. In closing, I want to share that my time as a trustee has exceeded my expectation, and I hope President Brennan, his leadership team, and my colleagues on the board feel the same way about my involvement. But in balance, I've gotten far more than I've given to a great institution. And with your approval, it will be my privilege to continue to serve MMA and the state of Maine for the next 5 years. I would be delighted to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thiemann, and really excited to hear your experience on the board and speaking so highly of that experience. At this time, I'd ask if the committee has any questions for the nominee. Seeing none, and having no one present or signed up for the Zoom testimony, we now have had all public comments been taken. The committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination, vote and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Mr. Thiemann of Bangor for reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. Seeing and hearing no objections, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Thiemann of Bangor for reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157 and the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. The committee clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Daughtry?
Yay.
Senator Daughtry votes yay. Senator Rafferty, absent. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan, absent. Representative Millette?
Yay.
Representative Millette votes yay. Representative McCray?
Yay.
Representative McCray votes yay. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Sampson?
Yay.
Representative Sampson votes yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach?
Yay.
Representative Roach votes yay. So Senator, we have 11 in favor and 0 opposed.
11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Miles Thiemann of Bangor for reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I continue to be extremely impressed by the ability of the legislature to govern remotely during these most trying of times. And please be assured it will be my privilege to be a member of the MMA Board of Trustees for the next 5 years. Thank you so very much.
Absolutely, and thank you for your service.
Bye-bye.
Up next, we have Robert Somerville. So with that, I will open the public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Robert D. Somerville of Fort Lauderdale for the reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Stearns for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Robert Somerville of Fort Lauderdale for reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees.
The chair now recognizes Ms. O'Neill Lowe for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I'm the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination for reappointment for Robert Somerville of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, as a member of Maine Maritime's Academy Board of Trustees. Among its duties, the Board of Trustees is responsible for the governance of the Academy, appoints its president, approves academic programming, confers degrees on students who have completed all requirements for graduation, and sets tuition rates and operating budgets. Robert Somerville of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, is being nominated for reappointment to seat number 16, which does not require that the trustee be a resident of Maine. Mr. Somerville, a native Mainer from Aroostook County, has served on the board since 2008. He is a graduate of the Academy and holds a certificate from Harvard Business School. Robert has 5 decades of experience working in the maritime industry. Most recently, he dedicated 43 years to the American Bureau of Shipping before retiring in 2013. Mr. Somerville is currently the vice chairman of this board and has served in this capacity for the last several years while serving on several other equally demanding boards in the maritime industry. His experience and knowledge of the maritime industry is second to none. It is for these reasons and many more that on behalf of the governor, I would ask for your support in the nomination for reappointment of Robert Somerville of Fort Lauderdale, Florida to Maine Maritime's Board of Trustees. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Does the committee have questions at this time? Seeing none, and with no persons present for the, oops, sorry, totally jumped out on the script. The chair now recognizes Mr. Robert Somerville for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Senator Representative Brennan, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Robert Somerville, a native of Oakland, Maine, up in the county, and I am honored to stand before you, re-nominated for appointment to the Board of Trustees of the Maine Maritime Academy. The college is near and dear to my heart. I graduated from the Maine Maritime Academy in 1965 with a degree in marine engineering, and I can truly say that the Academy gave me everything I asked of it: a wonderful education, discipline, leadership, and ultimately preparation for a very successful career. I have devoted my entire professional life into the maritime industry. I spent my early years as a seagoing engineer with Jacksonville Oil Company, and later I gained significant experience with the Newport News Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Company in Virginia. That experience led me to the beginning of a 43-year career with the American Bureau of Shipping, the leading international marine classification service that was founded in 1862 and today employs 6,000 people and 200 offices around the world with revenues of about $1.2 billion. During my career with ABS, I had increasing senior positions as a field surveyor, a senior surveyor, principal surveyor, regional manager, manager for Western Europe, president of the chief operating officer of ABS Europe. In 1973, I was elected president and chief operating officer of the ABS, a position I held until 2004, when I was elected chairman and chief executive officer, until my retirement from ABS in 2013. Not one to sit around, I was asked to join several international shipping and shipbuilding boards. I received numerous awards in recognition of my contribution to marine safety, but there is nothing that I am more proud of than my service to the Maine Maritime Academy. As a member of the Board of Trustees during these past several years, and I'm especially proud to have been elected the board's vice chairman and subsequent chairman, positions that I held from 2012 to 2018. During that time, I joined with my colleagues on the board to ably guide the academy forward, including the development of a new engineering and science research building. I'm very proud to say that ABS contributed significantly towards this project, along with many individuals, philanthropic organizations, and the people of the state of Maine, who I am gratified to say approved the bond issue to support the construction. I know that several of you were directly involved in that effort, and on behalf of all of us who love the Academy, I thank you. As I said at the offsite, I am honored to have been renominated to continue my service as a member of the Board of Trustees. The man at the Academy made my career possible, and I feel I have much more that I can do to give back that wonderful knowledge. I am eager to continue my service, and I hope you look favorable upon my nomination. Thank you for your attention, and I would be pleased to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Somerville. Thank you for your testimony. Do you have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I just want to thank you for your continued and distinguished service. I remember when you came before our committee when I was first on there, and remember reading about your exemplary and incredible career and where your Maine Maritime degree has led you all over the world, and a perfect example of what a treasure that institution is and how beneficial it is to have you serving on the Board of Trustees. Seeing no further questions, and I don't believe we have any Zoom testimony on this nomination. We will now say that all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received, vote and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Mr. Robert Somerville of Fort Lauderdale for reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees is closed. And I think my tongue's starting to get tied from the script. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. Seeing and not hearing any objections, the pending question before the committee is the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Robert D. Somerville of Fort Lauderdale for reappointment to the Maine and Maritime Academy Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. The committee clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Daughtry?
Yay.
Senator Daughtry votes yay. Senator Rafferty, absent. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan, absent. Representative Millette?
Yay.
Representative Millette votes yay. Representative McCray?
Yay.
Representative McCray votes yay. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett? Representative Crockett, absent. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury, yay. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns, yay. Representative Sampson?
Yay.
Representative Sampson, yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman, yes. Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach, yes. Senator, we have 10 in favor and 0 opposed.
10 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Robert D. Somerville of Fort Lauderdale for reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time this afternoon and thank you for your service. Up next, we have Wayne Norton. Just switching scripts. And with that, I will open the public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, which we still are, for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Wayne Allen Norton of Gorham for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Stearns for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation Mr. Wayne Norton of Gorham for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees.
The chair now recognizes Ms. O'Neill Lowe for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I'm the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor in support of the nomination of Wayne Allen Norton of Gorham as a member of the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees. As among its duties, the Board of Trustees is responsible for the governance of the Academy, appoints its president, approves academic programming, confers degrees on students who have completed all requirements for graduation, and sets tuition rates and operating budgets. Wayne Allen Norton of Gorham is being nominated to seat number 7, which requires that the nominee be a resident of Maine. Mr. Norton is a graduate from the Academy with a degree in engineering and is a committed and engaged alumni. He has over 30 years of professional experience in construction management, contract management, and senior corporate leadership. He is currently the president and CEO of Yankee Atomic Electric Company. Wayne previously served on the Thomas College Board of Directors, which means Mr. Norton fully understands higher educational boards and the functions that are required of their members. For these reasons, and I'm sure many more, on behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the nomination of Wayne Allen Norton of Gorham. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have today, and I thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Does the committee have any questions at this time? Seeing none, the chair would recognize Mr. Wayne Allen Norton for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Good afternoon, Mr. Norton.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I appreciate this opportunity. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. As you heard, my name is Wayne Allen Norton. I live in Gorham, Maine, and I'm here today to discuss with you my nomination for the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees. First, I'd like to express my deepest appreciation to Governor Janet T. Mills for her nomination of myself to the position of trustee for Maine Maritime Academy. Truly humbled and honored by the nomination and for the opportunity to be considered for this position. Second, I'd like to express my appreciation for the committee's work, for the consideration of my nomination, and for the challenges you have had to manage and overcome under these unprecedented times. I want to thank the committee for their service to the state and to the education system in Maine. Additionally, I'd like to thank Mr. William Brennan, President of Maine Maritime Academy, for supporting my nomination and for the opportunity he's afforded me to continue to be part of the Maine Maritime Academy future. But also, as you've heard before, reiterate and acknowledge the dedication and leadership that he and his team have had and have demonstrated in keeping the student body and the faculty safe while educating the young men and women at the Academy in these trying and unprecedented times. I'd like to acknowledge the other nominees that you're considering for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board. I know some of these candidates personally and know of several others, and I believe the collective group of candidates that you've confirmed will help to strengthen the legacy of the Academy and help ensure that the institution will continue to thrive and improve the lives and future of each of its students. First generation college student from Maine, the Academy was exactly what I needed at the stage of my life back in 1982 when I was indoctrinated into the regiment. It provided me clarity of mission, a level of discipline and accountability, focus, camaraderie, and teamwork, and a sense of opportunity that I had not previously experienced. Even though at the time I was too young to fully appreciate the true unique experiences that Maine Maritime Academy afforded me, I always knew those experiences, what I was accomplishing, and the people I was building relationships with was something very special. Today, I appreciate the Academy for what it has meant to me, my family, and many of my closest friends even more. The positive influence that Maine Maritime Academy had on my life motivates me to give back and to contribute to the existing legacy of the Academy in a meaningful way. I believe being a member of the Board of Trustees will help allow me to do just that. I believe my prior experiences, as you heard, in higher education at Thomas College provides me with the foundational knowledge and experience and provided me with the opportunity to appreciate not only the mission, but the business of higher education. My professional experiences have taken me across the country and at times around the world and offered me opportunities to learn and to lead. I believe these experiences, coupled with my desire to give back to the Academy, will help further broaden the experience base of the board in support of the continued growth of the Academy. My passion for the Academy is unwavering, and I hope to have the opportunity to serve the state, President Brennan, and the students as a member of the Board of Trustees. Most recently, I had the opportunity to be co-chair of the Maine Maritime Academy 2020 Scholarship Campaign, Opening Doors, Changing Lives, where the campaign raised over $20 million for student scholarships, the largest such campaign in Academy history. That said, there is certainly more to do, and I look forward to helping ensure that the culture of giving at Maine Maritime Academy is strengthened and sustained in the years to come, and that the Academy's mission continues to be recognized. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. Does the committee have any questions? Seeing none. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows: review any additional materials, vote on the nomination, and notify the President of the Senate. Pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules, the vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Mr. Wayne Allen Norton of Gorham for reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may still not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. Seeing no objections, the pending question before the committee is the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Wayne Allen Norton of Gorham for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. The committee clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Daughtry?
Yay.
Senator Daughtry votes yay. Senator Rafferty, absent. Senator Woodsum?
Yay.
Senator Woodsum votes yay. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yay.
Representative Millette votes yay. Representative McCray?
Yay.
Representative McCray votes yay. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett? Absent. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Sampson?
Yay.
Representative Sampson votes yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Senator, we have 11 in favor and 0 opposed.
11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Wayne Allen Norton of Gorham for appointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you. I look forward to serving the academy and the Maine State education system. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your service. Up next is my distinct pleasure and honor to open the public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. James E. Ford of Brunswick for appointment to the State Board of Education. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Stearns for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. James E. Ford of Brunswick for appointment to the State Board of Education.
The chair now recognizes Ms. O'Neill Lowe for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is, for the last time today, you'll have to hear this, Melissa O'Neill Lowe. I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of James Ford of Brunswick as a member of the Maine State Board of Education. Maine's State Board of Education can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title 20, Chapter 3, Section 51. The board consists of 11 members appointed by the governor. James Ford of Brunswick is being appointed to seat number 8. Mr. Ford holds a bachelor's degree in economics from Hobart and William Smith College and earned his master's of business administration from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Additionally, he received his teaching certificate and holds a master's degree in special education from the University of Southern Maine. Mr. Ford has taught students with special needs and in day treatment programs in both Portland and Auburn. He is skilled in lesson planning, teaching English as a second language, classroom management, volunteer management, and differentiated instruction. Currently, Mr. Ford is a restorative practice coordinator at Lewiston High School. He serves on several boards, including the I'm having a tongue twister here. The Meeting House, the Mid-Coast Hunger Prevention Program, Center for Grieving Children, and Maine Education Association. He is a presenter and trainer on issues surrounding racial equality and social justice. Overall, Mr. Ford has committed his life to supporting students in Maine with varying needs and abilities. He is an advocate for all, and as such, will be a true asset to the State Board of Education on behalf of all students and all Mainers. For those reasons, it is that I ask that on behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the nomination of James Ford of Brunswick. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have today, and I sincerely thank you for your time this afternoon and for the last couple of days.
The chair would ask if any member of the committee has any questions for Ms. O'Neill Lowe before we let her off the hook. Seeing none, the chair would recognize Mr. James Ford for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome, Mr. Ford.
Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and the honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee of Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is James Ford from Brunswick, and I'm here today to discuss with you my nomination to the State Board of Education. I am honored. I have worked with Maine Public Schools as a parent, employee, and as a community member. I've worked in Brunswick, Auburn, Portland, and Lewiston school districts. I'm certified in special ed and social studies, and I believe in bi-disciplinary coursework when possible. My primary focus has always been the students, but I always try to find ways to bring the community and schools closer together. In my role of restorative practice coordinator in Lewiston, I found ways for students and educators to learn about each other. The social emotional component is important, especially in this twin pandemic time. I find myself working a lot on equity issues in the district I work in and in the district that I live. The country and school system do not resemble what I lived through when I started kindergarten in 1959. I wish it were that simple. It isn't. It is time for innovation, exploration, listening, and being inclusive. And I'm ready for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ford. Does the committee have any questions at this time? Seeing none, the chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against the nomination. At this point, the chair would recognize Mr. Hess for a statement.
Muted.
Is it unmuted? How does that sound? Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Representative Brennan, members of the committee. My name is Wilson Hess. I reside in the town of Freedom, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Maine State Board of Education in support of the nomination of James Ford. I would note to the members of the committee that, to my knowledge, this is the first appointment of an active teacher or administrator under recently revised provisions of Title 20A pertaining to the membership of the state board. And it could not be a more welcome nomination. In this era in which social and emotional learning has come to the fore of our attention, and to the attention of educators throughout the nation. I think Mr. Ford's resume speaks for itself. His work with such innovative institutions over the years, such as the Spurwick School, the Bayside Learning Community, the Abyssinian Learning Project, are all put him in the forefront of the issues that he has built his career around, which, as we understand, are social justice and restorative practice. He will bring, if confirmed, insight, perspective to the State Board of Education, which I believe is second to none. We welcome and support his nomination wholeheartedly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I would ask if the committee has any questions at this time. Seeing none, all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional materials, vote, and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Mr. James E. Ford of Brunswick for appointment to the State Board of Education is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. Seeing and hearing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. James E. Ford of Brunswick for appointment to the State Board of Education be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. The committee clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Daughtry?
Very enthusiastic yay.
Senator Daughtry votes yay. Senator Rafferty, still absent. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yay.
Representative Millette votes yay. Representative McCray?
Yay.
Representative McCray votes yay. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Sampson?
Yay.
Representative Sampson votes yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach?
Yay.
Representative Roach votes yay. So Senator, we have 12 in favor and 0 opposed.
12 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Mr. James E. Ford of Brunswick for appointment to the State Board of Education be confirmed. Congratulations. Thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you, Mr. Ford. And I think that concludes all of our nominations for the day, unless there is a hidden packet and nominee that I've not been made aware of. Correct, Sam?
No hidden packet, Senator.
No hidden packets. Well, thank you so much. Thank you to all the nominees. Thank you to Ms. O'Neill Lowe, and thank you for all of your patience when I think I could not say the words MRSA or Chapter 6 or Section 157 one more time without my jaw falling off. Representative Brennan.
Thank you very much. You said it quite eloquently many times. I just have a quick question for Ms. O'Neill Lowe. Where do we stand with confirmations or appointments to the community college, to the Board of Education, to the university system? Does this bring us up to full capacity, or do we have more appointments coming?
For the University of Maine Board of Trustees, I believe this does bring them up to full capacity. There are 2 more slots that are expiring in May, at the end of May, and the governor has not, made any commitments just yet to reappointment or not. With regard to the community colleges, we do have, I believe, one other, I don't have my reports right in front of me, but I do believe we have one other slot to fill. As far as the State Board of Education, I also believe we have one other to fill as well, which that seat is required of a 2nd congressional district member. It's a vacant seat at the moment, and the person needs to be from CD2. With regard to MMA, I believe, I need to look at the report, but I believe this does bring us up to where we need to be with that. Then we'll be looking at MSSM and a couple of other educational boards, the Ocean School. We're hopeful that we'll have a round, we sort of prioritize round 1, a tiered system with the nominees that we had. So this in conjunction with discussions with the Senate, we were advised that the Senate can handle about 50 confirmation hearings in one day. So those hearings, because of the statutory requirements from the date of our postings on the 19th of January, need to happen on or before March 5th. And then we hope to do a second round just like this. We're working really hard to fill these positions, and that's about where we are. Always feel free to reach out, and if you ever have any recommendations that you'd like to send my way, I'm always in need of recommendations, not only for these educational boards, but for all of our boards and commissions. As you know, there are over 300 of them. So, and there are plenty of genres of service that, anybody could fill. So thank you for spending so much time with me this week. And I appreciate everything that you guys have done for us. And believe me, it's been a hectic couple of weeks, but it's been a great couple of weeks.
Thank you for all of your work.
Yeah, it's been my pleasure.
And 50 nominations a day. Senator Woodson and I will have our work cut out for us.
Well, I think it's just reading and then he's gabbling. And so hopefully it won't, be as long as these confirmation hearings with the testimonies, but I appreciate what you guys are about to have to do too.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again. See you all soon.
I, with that, have very good news that this concludes our work for the week. We have Friday off again. So we will be joining back here on Monday at 10 in the morning. Does the committee have any questions? Before we adjourn?
I'm sorry, next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday. Oh, God, I keep forgetting it's a holiday.
Monday's
Never
a
mind.
holiday.
Get ready for a very long vacation that apparently I very much need. Do you have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, going once, going twice. That concludes the work today of, not going to say our full name, but awesome committee. Have a great night, everybody, and enjoy your time off.
See you guys.
Thank you.